All right, more Zelda. I'm going to keep exploring the depths primarily, and maybe look for some other things to do as well. Let's see. Anything I want to do on the surface before I go back downstairs? I want to go see what the deal is with that. There's a shrine right there, almost certainly, right? It's on the edge. I'll go try to get it. I assume it's like an inverted spiral. Went completely the wrong way. Very good. I think I need to get more comfortable with just quickly building vehicles at these stations to get around a little bit faster. It's so weird that that's even a schematic. I guess you can have a source of fire that isn't this. Oh, is there a space there for you to like set a pile of wood and then just light it on fire? I didn't consider doing that. I don't know if that's less effective than this thing. Some height so I can glide over more of this. I feel like I wasn't able to see the roof before, but maybe I just wasn't looking up in brightly lit areas as much. Right on. Do that next time. That's probably way cheaper. I didn't realize that there was space on the bottom part for it until I saw the schematic. It's pretty cool. Oh, it's a little bit slower. Okay, that makes sense. Right, you can see like kind of a yellowish fog on the ceiling like that. Oh, I suppose that makes sense, because you're only spending battery... Well, you're not spending battery at all, right? It just really takes you up until the balloon disappears. So sleepy. Hey, thanks, Brutus. Oh, he can like throw trees at you, right? I forgot about that. There's this interesting problem you get into with the greatsword where, like, you don't exactly start spinning it up at the exact right moment. You waste a ton of time by not just doing regular attacks. Good job, team. Way to go. Oh, you can have an auto build that'll just set the wood and the flint. Can you, like, combine them then? Or is that how you do it? Sorry. Sorry. Wasn't trying to do that. Firefly is extremely dead. It has ceased to be. These motherfuckers. It's fine. Ah. Come on. It really doesn't want to let me do the Z target to quickly flip the camera behind me trick. I don't know if they like tried to make that a more deliberate action so you wouldn't press it accidentally, but I have a lot of muscle memory to do that in games like this. Now he's dead. Howdy, Serp. How you doing? Wrist mine. Great. Arrows, please. Really badly need arrows. Might try going back to the pirate ship on Link's Awakening Island and see what I can get. I'm trying to figure this out. So it's like I'll be running, and I want to center my camera. It's like if I just tap ZL, it doesn't immediately snap. There's like a multi-frame delay for it to get there. Feels weird. Yeah, right. That works. Thanks, dude. It's a cool place to put a mine here. Dig it. The inverse spiral. We don't want to fight you guys. I want to waste the resources. Thank you. Good job, y'all. That is a lot of zonite. Exciting. Remember this place. It's not all real ore. Lesson learned. All excited. Aw, there'll be something cool up here. Answers my questions about ascending unintended areas to the surface while in the depths. Probably have some wall guy. Horriblin. Horrible moblin. Hey, how you doing, Bill? I want to just rush the light route here. Easier time. Don't want to light things up constantly because I'm probably going to get them all eaten by these things. Right. Really impressed the percentage of areas and the depths that feel good. I feel like just trying to literally mirror the elevation on the surface shouldn't have led to such solid content most of the time. Like, you know, if one end of the scale of a big open space is Lost Easily in Dark Souls 1, this is pretty far from that. Save really quick because I'm really far in here. Oh, like blowing stuff away. I guess I see that as me telling him to do it. I don't think they should have mapped that to the A button, since you're likely to be spamming A to pick stuff up. I think this place could have turned out very underwhelming. I think they generally did a really great job with it. It's this guy and Midna. Zonaite Central. I think I've heard the combat music go on that long to hear that part of the song. There have been some use cases for gusting, like blowing away the sand. Yeah, that makes sense. Belgian techno anthem, pump up the jam. Chest in here. Oh, right on. Ew, it's all covered in dog hair? I get where they're going with that, but that's less cool sounding than they made it out to be. Desaturated and covered in pet hair. Great. Twilight outfit, ladies and gentlemen. Do I have the full Twilight outfit now? I do. Already wasted some on the cooler Wind Waker outfit. think I might still have some Marty hair on me from having to clean him up yesterday. Let's see what goes into upgrading this guy. Probably dragon scales and star fragments. It gets its full set bonus, a tier 2 upgrade on each piece, is that right? Like you can upgrade it further, but it's just defense above level 2. Okay. Ow. Rude. Seeing if I missed anything obvious when it was dark. Other than ore nodes, which I don't care about as much. Are the different forges I've encountered marked on the map? I think they are, right? Right. I don't think it would be a big deal to just put it on a different button. I guess maybe their thought was like the A button isn't used for anything else in combat other than looting. I don't think down D-pad needs an entire button committed to whistling. Especially when it doesn't teleport your allies around with you. Okay. Shrine in that spiral. Never whistled on purpose, yeah. I guess long press. You get a tap down and long press down could be useful. And to get the shrine there to get a health refill, because I'm being really stingy with food right now for no reason. But instead, I'll just go to the visible shrine. Tap out the Konami code to throw items would be a legit improvement. So. Yeah, the throw command is pretty bizarre. I won't make it to that thing in time. I gotta start watching for them, though, to upgrade this gear. I guess I might spend some time on the surface, at least. When can star fragments start falling at nighttime? Like, what is the earliest hour that triggers? Yeah, I feel like the horse summon should just work like, was it Kingdom Come Deliverance? A game that's like very deeply committed to realism, but is very willing to just let your horse teleport to you when you press the summon horse button, because that makes having a horse feel less annoying. Said in my Stardew Valley playthrough, I used the horse for all of like 7 minutes after I unlocked the horse whistle, which is like a end game upgrade. Am I gonna get my dream where I have to actually use the traps to beat him? Can I make a little death Roomba? Is that what this is? Incredible. I love that he's just confused. Like, but he's my friend. How could this be? They have their own death Roombas. I love how they just don't put up any kind of fight. They're just like, well, I'm dead now, apparently. Yeah, this is pretty great. I think I like it so much because it doesn't really get... I probably could make weapons to deal with it. I think maybe the issue is that they have to give you some weapons so that you can activate the devices. I wish there was like a no consumption, like dummy arrow that you were always able to fire. Or that you could like hot swap to that always does 0 damage but activates devices and the like. Get it, little Roomba boy. Well, they're trying to defend themselves now, at least. I should go in there and fight them. This would take forever otherwise. Like, even the computer enemies get like a little pebble they can throw. It'd be great to have a pebble throw option that didn't actually use any items. I don't think I've ever successfully dodged an enemy's forward spear stab. Always try to backflip. So sad that I took his weapon. Ow. Whoever just shot me has really good aim. I get him to drop his weapon. He doesn't seem to want to. Can't merge it if it's stuck on a Roomba, I guess. So I'm not allowed to have a Roomba spike staff. Oh, this is already a stick, I see. Oh, I saw that coming and tried moving away, but I was locked into the stupid greatsword animation. All right. I thought it would rip it off the item. I feel like using the little Roombas is like insanely more interesting, but this seems like pretty effective. Do this instead. I could use a Roomba to like distract them. Oh, hello, helpful. Got a little cannon here. That would be better for a Roomba. I can come up here immediately next time. Get everybody else. Come on. You get the stupid thing you get. Come on, stop. Time out. I can't back off a ledge when I'm holding a thing. Lesson learned. I think I knew that already, but I haven't had to deal with it in a combat situation. Kind of a weird place to put that thing. Like, I feel like by the time you get to that, you're likely close to done with the room. Yeah, it's like the one skill that I don't want to be locked out in that way, you know? I wouldn't mind, if Ascend kept you from walking off a ledge, since you're like forced to stare upward with it. Oh, I see. I think that's like deliberate. Give me a Roomba up there. Yeah, I agree. I still very much prefer them to Breath of the Wild. That's another issue with Fuse being on that bar, is that like it's not an activity that I want to do while the game is unpaused. Appreciate that they at least had the sense to pause. Let's see what it does with the cannon now. Nice. They had the good sense to pause rewind. Because rewind would be really bad if it didn't. That was almost really bad. Probably should have seen that coming. You're paused while you're like on the surface. You can't get hit when your head's popping out of the floor. I'm probably gonna have an easier time just like ignoring the Roombas. I could just turn that thing on and carry it and blow dudes up with it. Let's do that. Trying to do the gimmick more because I think it makes the shrine more interesting than just going at it with straight combat where I could probably just win, but send a distraction Roomba in there. Oops. Who the hell is hitting me right now? Oh, I'm super dead. Hey, I had iframes, I think. Like a laser for that one, okay. You guys are still fighting that initial Roomba? It's kind of impressive. That damage is kind of underwhelming. Maybe it's just that, like, armor significantly reduces the damage, doesn't scale ever. I really don't like that Roomba. Just going ham on it. I kind of feel bad for it, actually. Although it seems like it's immortal, so maybe it's fine. Imagine you can make some pretty awesome machines with this thing. Guy will not give up his quest against the Roomba. Right. Alright, that worked. Probably could have been a little bit better, but... I put one on a Roomba, but it like seemed to struggle to aim because it was like trying to launch past enemies. Octodirectional cannon. Assume you could build one of those. Cool. Still cooler than a combat shrine in Breath of the Wild. Come back to the surface when it counts as nighttime. I think that shrine makes more sense in hindsight. If I understand that, oh, the first one's supposed to distract them so that I can get to all the cool tools around the room, right? I think my one complaint with the combat shrines is they wish they made you even slightly less free than they do. It's not like... I get why they do it the way they do. It's well, certainly for accessibility reasons. And to kind of maintain the feel of the whole game. It would be kind of weird if there was one piece of content like, no, you have to do it this way. It feels really hard to do the cool thing that they're encouraging when I could just, like, whack everybody to death. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's cool. Peak of Mount Lanier, I mean, of course, but neat that it's like this really deep pit. That'd be a cool solution, and maybe get rid of the food that removes it. I didn't think Master Mode quite did it for me in Breath of the Wild. I tried it for a little bit, and it wasn't what I was hoping it would be.
Do you think the light will beat the darkness? No, I think the darkness will beat the light.
Jesus Christ.
I can just climb this. It's upside down. That makes sense. I think I would want, for a master mode, just really extreme healing restrictions. Really, really, really extreme impacts to durability. I don't think they really need to change enemy health very much at all, if at all. It seemed like Master Mode did a lot of, like, enemies have more health, and they take less damage, and they do more damage, and they regen if you leave them alive for too long without focusing them down, right? So you can't just, like, win through attrition. Which is fine. I understand why you would do that, but... I tend to not like it's harder because we added +5 to every math number, right? As opposed to, oh, there's some new behavior that warps the way you play it, or something that was previously enabled is disabled. Hmm. I don't have any games coming to mind immediately that have an interesting, like, difficulty paradigm where higher difficulty means things are turned off. But I've definitely encountered games like that, and I like that approach. Yeah, I would agree. Like, you have to hack at it for 20 seconds, because if you, like, let it sit for a second to come up with a more clever solution, it'll regen health, right? Going south. You gonna look for examples, Raphanon? Disabling features as opposed to changing the math. Or adding new features that weren't previously there, like adding a hunger system that wasn't there before or something. My hope for Master Mode originally was that it would give a time cost to eating food, so you couldn't Skyrim cheese wheel it. Interesting. Probably gotta limit fairies as well, or let you have a maximum number of fairies, or have fairies only restore 1 heart or something. That wasn't very helpful. Do I have a Zonite bow? Yeah, completely agree, Spiky. My dream that I don't think I'm ever gonna see is regenerating max carry capacity in like a Souls game. I've described this before, but like basically everything is an Estus flask that you find a throwing knife and you have 1 throwing knife and you can throw it. And you die, it comes back. If you rest at a bonfire, it comes back. And then it's really exciting to get a second throwing knife because now you have 2 per bonfire, 2 per death or whatever. And I think that would make it really exciting, I think, to find, like, you know, a second black fire bomb or whatever. There could be certain items that are kind of pointless to not have a ton of them, like I guess prism stones and the like. Or it would be more fun to find prism stones if it's adding to your stack of 39 prism stones, right? Yeah, to me, I like it because I think it solves two problems at once. It solves the problem of how do we put stuff that the player is excited about in the game world, which is a really hard challenge in a lot of video games. Dude, what the fuck? Not cool, man. Mm-hmm. When you unlock a resource, you have a lot of it. Take away invisible one-shot insurance. That's the kind of change that I'm more okay with, because it's not just changing the math, it's just turning something off that was previously on. I suppose that particular change could be annoying and less fun. But it's still the like kind of change that I prefer. I think that the Estus flask is a good model for most consumables, even beyond just like increasing the quantity that restore on death and at checkpoints. I think if they extended the whole like a +1 Estus flask heals more, how cool would it be to find like a key item that makes all of your throwing daggers +1 throwing daggers, right? You probably still run into the problem most of the time, and this is true in every Souls game, that like the more and more you play, the pool of items that you give a shit about continues to shrink. Or it's like, oh, that's neat, I guess. I'll read the item description, and then I don't give a fuck about that ever again. But yeah, I don't think it needs like a full-blown skill tree. I think just like very simple baseline quality that comes back to you whenever you rest or die, and baseline small math upgrade whenever you find a key item that moves it to +1 or +2. I'm talking the other day about illusions in video games and how illusions are important and good, actually. And I think like one illusion is the idea that the game will give you a cookie for doing something, and you think, wow, that could be useful. It doesn't matter if it's actually useful, but if you like briefly interpret that, oh, I could see a situation where I might use that, the better like dopamine hit to get an item that seems conceptually useful versus one where you read the text and you're like, that's fucking pointless, thanks. I think you kind of get that in the Souls games. Like, even if you've really committed to a weapon, you can at least get an item and be like, oh, maybe I can imagine doing a second character with that weapon. And even if you never actually try it yourself, you know, just the ability to imagine how it could be useful makes it more interesting to get a unique, you know, weapon animation than to get your 17th firebomb or whatever the fuck. Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh, it makes me so mad in Monster Hunter. They're so close. Just do it, guys. Cross the threshold. One of probably my top pet peeves in game design when it's like clear that the devs are iterating towards something but just won't take the last step. Like, you're so close. You're at the point where it's functionally degenerate with making this change. Except it's annoying 1/1000th of the time, right? Like, Monster Hunter has a ton of those, though it sounds like they're getting better at some of them. Actually the right call. I think I actually want to be where I just was. I'll see Final Fantasy 14 do stuff like that, but they actually like end up crossing the finish line, right? Yoshi P is like, okay, we had a problem, but this is like a huge problem that's going to take us like 4 years to fix. So rather than just like let it sit unaddressed, we're going to make like iterative steps towards fixing it. And eventually we're going to cross the finish line to the big, you know, obvious solution that we've been signposting. Then you get games like Path of Exile where it's just like, no, we're never actually going to change it. It's just going to work like this forever. Sorry. Keep doing things that get us closer and closer to changing it, but we're never actually going to really change it. Whoops. That's fine, I guess. Didn't mean to do that, though. Save after doing this, because this is all with materials I found here, so I can at least get the auto build out of it in case I fuck it up when I activate it. I like that certain things like the control module attempt to get on that little circle in the center, and that's nice. Yeah, exactly. It's been kind of fun trying to iterate on this thing. I did really, really, really badly with these planes at the beginning, and I think I have a setup that works for me. Much further with that. Yeah, exactly, Taryn. And Monster Hunter has this, like, commitment to the flavor of preparing for the hunt. And it being this, like, you know, whole cool ordeal where you're, like, having to mix potions and study the monster's behaviors and study its habitat and set a trap for it and stuff like that. That shit's cool, but the game isn't built around that. The game is built around Dark Souls arcadey combat, and it will not accept that it has become a combat game. It needs to keep some like little odes to that original flavor idea, which is, I get it. I know you didn't want it to become this, but it did. I'm sorry. Make the flavorful hunting game as a separate game. Call it Monster Hunter for real this time. True Hunters or something. God. Oh, wait. God damn it. Oh, it didn't break. Huh. Well, that's nice. Probably took a shitload of durability damage, though. Oh, there's another, No, those are stalagmites, not statues. Hello. Hidden down in that bottom right corner. Very suspicious. Check that out real quick before I continue my light the perimeter of the map project. Council Canyon Mine. I think the spear is lasting way longer. It doesn't have a durability buff on it. Does each individual spear hit like still do comparable ore damage, but consumes less durability or something? Sure. It's nice. There is something all the way the fuck up there. Is there a machine depot near here? Yeah. Oh, no, it's on the... It's up on the ridge. All right. Guess I could build one. About the batteries. I remember that I favorited that. Does him being on here affect the weight at the nose? It looked like it dipped as soon as he jumped on it. I didn't think it did. May have just been a coincidence. Right. I'm going the wrong way anyway. Well, that's okay. This is up high, so I can probably glide to where I want to go to check out that corner. Is that a Lizalfos face? I gotta be up here to get down. So I didn't go the wrong way. Okay. Oh, really? I see. Yeah, I haven't been able to tell the difference of extra fans, which is why I switched to just doing one fan, but maybe that's why it affects maneuverability, or it has greater effects. Berlin. These Yiga clan buildings are everywhere, and I haven't really explored them. Last one I was at had schematics. Maybe I should try to track them down better. Sun banana. A sunana. Lincoln's such a kind customer. He's happy to play dumb for people. Tell me what zonite is. See, but regardless, there's no difference in distance between 1, 2, and 3 fans. It's just kind of like, are you able to push against gravity? Feels like there's like an inherent speed limit or something. Keep doing that, like. A normal guy. Shocked. Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god. Oh my god! Although actually it was sort of obvious.
Oh, they can unfreeze themselves. Interesting. That's fun. So many bananas. What's up, man? Okay, got it. They stand out really well in the depths. They let you test it. That's cool. Oh, that's interesting with the torches pre-built. Oh, so that when you run out of battery, that's a really cool one, actually. I wonder if the auto builds were all just like the devs playing around with their own system and then adding their good ones. Yeah, why not? That's cool. Less useful with my insane amount of battery. I think I probably... Well, maybe they won't drain before it goes away. See, the chest there is probably what they're trying to point me to. That was great. Big fan. I'm gonna fall off this and feel it. There we go. I know this set has like no bonuses on it, and I haven't upgraded it, and it probably would be better to switch to something else. I don't hate it. I was making fun of the Twilight Princess color palette. Battle Talus is a really funny idea. One of those things that I bet wasn't really that much work to implement over an existing Talus. A number of stuff you can just like glue to the backs of those things. Having worse stats means combat's more consequential, which I enjoy. I think I'm good on those. I got a bajillion of them when I did that quest earlier. Freaky looking spire. These guys. Opt out for now because they're kind of annoying. Bought a ton of them already. Now I'll switch. That's okay, I know where to get another one. So do fans have to be placed, like, if I put 2 fans back to back, do they block each other? In real life they would, right? But obviously there are some changes to the way physics works in this game versus how it would in real life. Save to get the auto build history, I guess. Cressia Pit Mine. Oh. I actually think I need that. Okay, hold on. So I could probably just use it as a boat. Or do they specifically try to make this non-buoyant so that you can't get away with that? Mostly works. Dick. All right. Yeah. In terms of like upward maneuverability. I didn't realize that I could stack them like that. I thought I would have to do at least 3 to keep it from listing in one direction. Good to know. I guess, is that how like an actual jet turbine works? That it's like a bunch of fans pushing air through other fans, pushing air through other fans? I don't know how a jet turbine works. I had a bad experience with doing fans like that, where like tilting up was wrong. I don't remember exactly what the issue was. Not steam turbines, like jet engines. I see. Fans directing air into other fans isn't a direct part of how they work, I see. Whoops. Get me very far. Oh, wait, shoot. Confused on my pointing there. Turbine-based jets, non-turbine jets. Jet turbine, there are two important sets of fans. One at the front that compresses air before combustion, pushing on the air. No, I just went completely turned around, but I didn't realize I couldn't climb over this way before. Post combustion to spin a generator to make power to run other parts of the engine. Without the combustion in the middle, you get nothing. Okay. And Tears of the Kingdom doesn't have jet fuel, I guess. Or I guess jet fuel is the battery. I think so. I was incorrect, but I was like, I thought there were two fans on a jet turbine. Okay. Oh, the light roots, man. Should be some around here. I don't have any clues from the surface, do I? No, I've completely not explored the jungle area. Hey, one of these buds. And then Link got it. Oh, I have fairies. Oops. I was excited to like reload there. Oh, I haven't refused this with something. Shoot. Should I have is just not great for this guy. Tried using bomb arrows on him before. He ate one of my allies? Thanks, whichever ally just got eaten by him. Oh, it doesn't do as good a damage as I thought. It's just regular explosion DPS. I thought maybe it was just like if you can get those things off his back, he dies. But they're actually regular hit points. Can I load? That's relatively recent. Alright, let's try this again, less stupidly this time. Let me pre-put something on the Master Sword before I forget. An efficient way to turn around. Whoa. Really struggling with the gyro aiming today. Like it. Good job, Link. I do like what they've done with the Master Sword here by requiring you to spend resources to upgrade it. Oh god. Where he jumps twice there. Very likely blew a bunch of my shit everywhere there. That's fine. I think the game could probably mark defeated bosses for you, in case you have to go later searching. I probably won't feel bad if I'm like trying to craft something and it's like, oh, you need to do a blue-white frocks, just like Googling where that is. I know I've fought it before. I know I can also mark the map with a little skull, but the generic skull doesn't really help me with that. You write some text on there, game. Where are the light roots at? Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, borderline should just go to the surface, if only to find Ryan's to help me find light roots down here. I don't see any.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's one. It's pretty far away, though. I'm still trying to look for one in this general area. Wow, I ran really far from that frog. So I got Plain Andrea.
Yeah.
Gloom Hinox. That's the one I highlighted earlier. I really don't know where the ones are in this general. I guess I can go hit that one and it might make it easier for me to see the one I've clearly skipped. Oh, I'm like right next to a cliff. Cool. Now we're back in the old school light routes. I guess this region of the map is the one that I've least lit up in general, even in like the center area, so I don't even have any little points of light as references on the edges of my vision. That's an interesting name. Judge. Oh, is that really the whole area? That was why I was confused. Dang, okay. That looks cool. Go see what that's all about. Yeah, I completely agree. I know I know how stupid I sound when I say that, like, you know, the little map in the stable is a spoiler. I know it's not a spoiler. It's a thing in the game. I can't really express what idea I'm trying to convey there. That and like the shrine sensor. It would rob me of a lot of the fun of exploring here. And I trust that the game is already laid out in such a way that you never need the shrine sensor to find a shrine. Might turn it down if I'm down to like the last couple and I have no idea where to look, but I think that's like it's like a hyperbolic way to express a more subtle feeling I have about learning information in that way. Like it gets across why I don't like it, but it's like it's too hyperbolic and it makes it sound like being a total weirdo. More information than I want the game to explicitly give me. Yeah, that's a decent summary. I'm glad that it's there, though. Like, I also don't want to convey that, oh, it's bad that this is here. Like, it would certainly be helpful if I was really getting stressed out and couldn't find all the caves or couldn't find all the Satoris or whatever. And someone was like, hey, go to this stable and check the wall. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I like the material sensor. That sounds helpful. Yeah, maybe I might be okay with it if it was, if they had some kind of like tunic analog. Like you needed to, you could see a thing and you could understand, okay, this must be valuable in some way, but I don't have the contextual information to interpret it, right? Like if they had a poster that had all of the cherry blossom locations, but like the map was all distorted or twisted around or something, so that you wouldn't look at it and immediately go, oh, that just is a map. Right? You can get some other clue that you can combine those two with camera pictures or something and go, oh, this is actually showing me where they all are. That's rad. You know what I mean? I just want that extra step, I think. I want to go check this out. So I have to go the long way around. Just trying to hit light roots and stuff on the way, or get a light route that's further exploring to the west and then warp and go look at it. I think the game has been doing a really good job of like organically directing me to certain like loops. Like I'm sure I walked past a million wells for 40 hours and didn't investigate them at all until there was the tower that had a well outside that immediately directed you to an NPC who tells you about collecting all the wells, right? Like, oh, this is like a thing with a cap. This isn't just this one well, right? There's wells all over the place. But I think it would be I needed that at my stage in the playthrough to even notice to pay attention to them, but I'm sure it would be cool for a player with a different experience to just organically realize, oh my god, there's cool shit in all these wells, without having to stumble into that shrine first, you know? I guess it's like I want to maximize things that I stumble into as much as possible before I have to start falling back on um, things that just kind of tell you or give you a hint, if that makes sense. Oh, so that tracks is a waterfall of lava. Meta Lava Falls. Really cool as you like start to reveal this. Aren't very many locations that get names, it looks like. Yeah, I've been neglecting the picture taking just because I think it's like I like the idea of filling out the compendium. It speaks to my old completionist roots, but it's like I don't want to like only do a little bit of it. I'm either gonna like do all of it or not do it at all. I'll probably do it for sensor tracking later, so I unlock that. Oh. Right. Not yet, no. Cowardly man runs from single keys. Kills Keys is denied loot by it flying off the top of the mushroom. I haven't bothered with the camera since picking it up. There's nothing I particularly want to like farm for at the moment, so I'm waiting to bother with it. I'm sure I can just quickly bounce around and take some pictures if I actively need it. But I don't feel that I actively need it yet. Right. I'm like, why do I only have one heart? That's why. Does it always start gloom locked as soon as you equip it? Oh, I see. Cool little like ravine over here.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Does this continue to add distance for every battery that you add to it, or does that little... I know you said that ding just means a single battery, but I haven't heard a ding after that. I assume the rest of it is just punishing you for continuing to hold shot without actually, like, letting go. I could take this guy's picture. I need to, like, equip it, right? Straightforward enough. I wish it didn't make you save it. I would do it without thinking if it didn't make you save it. Really, it doesn't count as close enough. And it's a lot of those horror blends. Slightly less annoying than I was imagining. I don't even know if I can see red enemies anymore, unless if there's like a specific area where they're guaranteed to spawn. I think that's all I need. I think it was like 5 enemies or something. Oh, is it 15? I thought it was 15 shrines. This place is cool looking. What's this place? Spirit Temple, the vessel of spirits' resting place. Okay, I mean like lowercase s Spirit Temple, not like Zelda temple. I didn't have a warp point? Not one I've activated, okay. If this is an actual temple, that's fucking awesome, but it's just like here. I'm sure there's a story thing that points you to this later. I guess technically you're allowed to visit all the other temples without your companion, right? You just couldn't do anything there. So am I coming here with Zelda? Cool. Yeah, this is dope as hell. There's a fifth shaman or fifth sage. Well, I know there's the Sage of Time, which is Zelda. It would be cool if I could get Zelda to follow me around and do shit. I'm almost positive the answer to this is yes, but just to be clear, there's nothing I can do here right now, right? Without any other follow-up. Okay, cool. That's still fucking dope as hell, though. Really was not expecting that at all. But the game, like, convinced me that it had a formula. Remind me of the basic structure of Breath of the Wild. It was like you didn't have to do the Divine Beasts. You could just go straight to Ganon, but if you did, Ganon was like super buff, right? So you could go do the Divine Beasts, and then the story, I guess, like the most obvious thing to do would do all 4 Divine Beasts, and then if you wanted a little bit more story, you could do all, was it like 12 memories? And then it was pretty much Ganon, and the rest of the game was all like side material. Gotcha. Oh, and the Ganon variants would be at the castle. Mm-hmm. Were there any other major, like, if someone was just trying to mostly see the story, sans side quests, like, is it do the 4 Divine Beasts, get all 12 memories, go to Hyrule Castle? Is there anything else from the structure that I'm just fundamentally forgetting? I guess I've only seen 1 memory. Probably should expect that I have that pending. Yeah, I was in the hierarchy of, like, optionality. Obviously, everything is optional because you could just go to the castle, but I saw the, like, Divine Beast as the most obvious, quote-unquote, main story thing to do, followed by the memories, followed by beating the game. To a blindfolded. Talking to Impa. I'm open to the idea that this game is a slightly different formula. I think I enjoy when games realize that the player probably expects a formula and then goes along with it for a little bit, or at least doesn't do anything to disabuse you of it immediately. And then, like, saves the surprise, you know? I feel like a lot of games are afraid to save stuff like that. They want to, like, tell you, no, this isn't just sequel to the first game. Look at this crazy change to the core loop. And that's part of what works so well with the floating continent in Final Fantasy VI, because like everything about Final Fantasy VI is signposting that this is the final dungeon. I've been playing a game for a long time. Like, it seems like the natural conclusion of the story. And you're like, oh, fuck. I just meant like the main story, because it seems like the structure of this one is a little bit different. But I was able to play it for a solid 55 hours thinking it was going to be, all right, get the 4 stages, go do memory stuff, go to the castle. But even just that there's another temple that's formatted like the other ones is different and cool. They hide the light roots in this area. See one there. Way the fuck far away. It's actually... What is wrong with me? What? Oh, I guess I didn't, like, leave the labyrinth after finishing it. Whatever. That's a frog boy, right? Bit of a drop, okay. Is that really the only one I can see? Gotta be like one between here and there, right? We're just going due south. I feel like I'm about to hit a wall. It's a smudge on my computer monitor that for a second I thought was a shrine light. Getting bad, y'all. Need any pristine weapons? No, thank you. Oh, there it is. Found it. Yeah, like... Get in trouble like this a lot of the time where some part of the world is just like completely occluding a light route, but it's like really close by. Kind of cool that it works out that way. This thing get the award for the most suspicious looking structure on the map. I guess the Gliok Temple also cool looking. This thing, yeah. Might have been a couple other ones. Yeah, they have the little like high quality. I think I'd figured that out the first time I went to the depths. Just haven't bothered with them. Secret stage of Gliox. They have like more durability by default or something, or are they like acceptable weapons without fusing? Yeah, I was trying to piece together if it meant something that all the weapons down here on those little daises or pillars were protected from rusting. They get there via the shrine faster than walking there. I don't know how I missed it. They're still fusible, okay. Do they scale with your progress to the game as well? Like, a lot of the decayed stuff I'm finding has, like, affixes on it now. I see. Interesting. Must have like exited out here and then found a different light route and not the one that was connected directly to the shrine. There was another maze where I remembered noting that the shrine that was supposed to be associated with the, or the light route that was supposed to be associated with the shrine was like offset because they didn't want to put it directly inside the temple, which made sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So this one could be on the roof. Explain why I missed it. It's not up here. Yeah, I probably should go back to, oh, here it is. It was kind of on the top. No wonder I missed it before. I should go back to the Lionel Coliseum later. Restock on bows and arrows. Okay, cool. I almost got the whole perimeter, which is really exciting. Found the Spirit Temple, which is sick. Haha. Enjoying trying to see like how exciting does something have to be immediately in my vision in order to distract me from my mission of lighting all the light routes. Like, it's fun for me. See statues leading to a mine. And I like just running through it like this because of the very high chance that I'm not noticing something really cool. And I'm going to get to come back to it later in 15 hours and be like, oh my god, this was here the whole time and I just walked right past it. Use the Andrea terminology, it's like I'm trying to go around and only partially collapse wave functions. Give me a general hazy idea of what's in this region, but don't tell me everything. I don't want to like fully explore an area until I think it's done. Then in my mind, I can imagine there's a bunch of cool stuff that I left behind. And that might not be true. I may have mostly seen the main interesting stuff, but... controller here. I guess now I can start spending zonite to just build the thing. I think if they give me a fan, I'm likely to get 2 fans, so I may as well add this to my favorite. Cancel favorite, cancel favorite. Great if I could fly one of these for longer than a few seconds without immediately crashing into a wall. One place I could go to. God, I can see so many light routes. What even game am I playing right now? Never happens. I think they designed the ceiling in a way to make it hard to do this too. Like otherwise you could just dive down a chasm and then just start gliding the instant you get near the roof and just hang out by the roof and try to mark as many light routes as you can. They seem to have designed it so that's difficult to pull off. Profitable plane ride. Landing on that statue spooked me a little bit. There's another bargainer statue. No, it's a tree root. There's another toy building thingy. Yeah, okay. Not enough battery at the moment. There's one that's really close to here. It's the green one, right? I'm actually going to go to that one first because I think I can get back to the blue one very easily. Can probably do this with a single rocket. I don't know if it's possible for me to mount the rocket on the, like, undercarriage of this thing. I guess usually if they provide me with one rocket, they probably provide me with 2 rockets. Whoa. Planes everywhere. Giga clan, something or other happening there. I want to mess with this right now. It's pretty awesome with them all flying around in vehicles and stuff. I'm just gonna check it out real fast. It might load. Sweet. Wonder how those things run indefinitely. I wonder if like they make it so that the Yigas have like a source of infinite battery or something. I have an upgrade material that I have like a shitload of. Needs, I guess. Oh, hey. Hey, man. We have the resources to fight you right now, but... Get some slots back real quick. Want to sell a lot of this. See how this goes. Boo. You need a, like, fucked up, dead techno goat arm. I don't think I have enough arrows for this. We'll see how it goes. But now he's got a plane. That's cool. Kohga feels like he's in that tradition of like Zant, where they set up the Yiga clan to be really like intimidating and scary. And then the boss is like a fucking goof. I guess there's hints to it with the bananas and things. How dare you know what I was gonna do? Dude's actually dodging. I really like that about Zant, but I feel like there are people who did not like it. Oh shit, now he's got one of those. It's his third attack. Oh, rude. I think Zant's cool. I hope we fight Kohga a bunch of times, and every time he's got a different vehicle. I think that's great. Too much sand. You're only winning because it keeps getting my eyes. You have like a full bodysuit and a face mask. It's just icing. I'm after cake. The man himself, the magnificent one. You know, they're trying to like distance the Gerudo a bit. Eastern Abandoned Mine. Yeah, right. What's up? Am I gonna get quest markers for that, please? Because I don't want to do that right now. Thank you. Yes, good. Yeah, I was making that joke in like the first episode that like when you have a game like this, if you make a video game about a person who has the ability to control fire, you have to like rearrange the world. So that's like kind of the basic way that everybody does everything, even though you've explicitly made it clear that that's just a special power of the protagonist, right? If your power is the ability to possess cars, like in Driver San Francisco, you have to exist in a world where all problems can be solved by cars, even though most people don't have ghost car possession powers. Like suddenly everyone is clearly like connecting these devices together, even though they don't have an ultra hand to make glue for them. I like that they give you a test vehicle here. Light necessary? No, that works better than I was expecting. Is there like a low friction thing on these sleds? Oh, that's what I was expecting. Probably shouldn't be wasting durability on my 53 damage level 4 spear. Whoops. What's up, man? Keep thinking that little yellow circle is a smiley face. Probably start just saving that for building machines, though. Bye, Q. You can do it. Probably should have taken a picture of Kohga. I have like bad memories of doing the 100% Wind Waker run where you have to take pictures of everything, and there's a bunch of bosses that you only get one chance to take their picture. This is actually pretty good. Maybe made better by the high amount of default battery I have. Yeah. Sled is too fast. Well, that happened. Okay. Jeez. When do you guys have bomb arrows? Yeah, I don't even know. Oh, yeah, Gibdos. Let's see these guys in a minute. Yeah. Yup. It was not a great time. Really like their new take on Gibdos. Look, they keep the important feature that it's hard to keep them down. Got going on. I'm so close when I just hit it. Oh, thanks, Tyranid. You see what it was? Probably their most liberties taken with the Zelda monster. Not like Final Fantasy 13 where it's like, oh, you just called it that? Okay, well, I guess that's a name I recognize from Final Fantasy monsters, but monsters in Final Fantasy 13 are like Jill and Chris in every Resident Evil game. Like, oh, I guess this is an Ahriman now. Yeah, those were pretty cool. I like the bombs. And I started to like the behemoths a little bit more after a while. So I need to finish Tri-Horse Heroes. We tried doing it over like a Christmas break at one point. Is it even possible to play it anymore, or is those servers all turned off? Oh, that's cool with the low ceiling. I'll do that later. They got so much value out of this big skeleton. It's great. Like mixing and matching different parts of it. Good shit. Is it completely playable single player? One day I'm gonna fucking finish Zelda 4 Swords for the GameCube. We keep so close this past Christmas. But it's really hard to finagle 4 people to sit and play a game for like 20 hours on stream. Playable, yes. Four Swords has a bunch of like really cool, unusually high puzzle complexity puzzles for Zelda. They're not quite La Mulana, but they're in that direction in some cases. Oh yeah, it sounds frustrating. Almost got the whole perimeter. Probably one more. Really interesting. Exactly. I think the game looks bad, right? Like they didn't spend any time at all on like having a unifying vision for the graphics. So like there's a bunch of sprites in the game that are like different resolutions than others, and there's like 3D effects mixed with 2D effects, and it kind of looks like slop. I guess whenever you're in the Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy Advance stuff looks pretty good because it's all the same, you know, unified pixel art style. But like the overworld stuff looks like an embarrassing like party game or something. But the actual puzzles and gameplay I thought were really good. They had some really good ideas. Oh, Triforce Heroes. Yeah, yeah. I have to go back. I only played it for like 6 hours. Like 2016 or something. I remember it having decent puzzles and stuff, but it wasn't as memorable as anything in Four Swords Adventures. Rockets fans. Probably make a variant without the controller. I don't even think I need it really. I do like the little goop thing you make. Is there a limit to anything that can be turned into goop? Does it have to be an existing machine, or can it just be anything that you can pick up with Ultra Hand? That's kind of neat. Disappears if you detach it. Okay, so you can't like put a weapon on it and then use the goop weapon. Gotcha. So close. Like how there's a lot of light routes and therefore shrines that you can infer through gaps on the map, like this one. That one that I was supposed to go back to earlier. Yeah, I see what you mean, the difference of the two fans. Also, I think stacking them like this in the center is giving me way better handling. I don't know why that might be, or if that's just frankly not true. Okay, so I didn't realize that it has a maximum total lifetime flight time. Okay. I thought that was just like per outing. Whoa, I got super turned around there. It has like a secret hit points value, basically. Oh, that's crazy, spiky. Was this a sneaky one in a little pit? Stam I am. That's sneaky. I guess I was able to see it from where I was looking before, but I also knew where to look. All right. Map edge is done. I actually don't have that much more to fill in the inside, so I'll just keep going with that. I need to get an episode title at some point. I can't get away with calling this Spirit Temple if I just walked into the entrance, so probably in another hour or two I'll go on the service and look for a side quest or something. You know, I've given up when I start naming the episodes just some arbitrary shrine that I visited that will mean nothing. That's going to happen eventually. Let me climb this really quick so I can mark that guy. Yeah, I guess I could call it Kohga 2. I already did one called Kohga. Plain Kohga. Is there even a 100% speedrun for this game that's being done yet? Like the game's too big for that to be a real category yet. Samayam and Tatayam. Ooh. Oh, I like that it's like a little mask. That's cute. I gotta find the pants now. That thing's great looking. Big fan. Right. Yeah, I agree. I was gonna say it looks just like the monsters in Tunic and the mines. Oh, that's actually kind of great. That's the. Have you seen that picture where like everybody from the Kirby team draws Kirby? In fact, the auto builds are all different developers' ideas. He didn't actually want to give me the materials for this, did he? Oh, they just further away? Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. I guess. Oh, this is to demonstrate the utility, I suppose. Just the right height for ascend. That's fun. I'll call it instant scaffold. There you go. Auto build at home. Problem with light equipment, even though it looks cool, is like the one place I don't care about having lit is the area immediately surrounding me. In this universe, those are considered the same complexity. Is that a Lionel? That's pretty spooky. Not to die horribly. To fall, at least. What the fuck? Is he hitting me? What is happening? More common than you think. That's my first actual Lionel that wasn't in a Coliseum. All right, let's see. I'll try it with my low health. Really creepy place to put one too, I feel like. Yeah, exactly. There's no way he saw me there. Okay. Are they like homing when they come vertically down? They must be, right? This one has rock shell too. I'm gonna die. Didn't die. Whoops, don't do that. I don't know why that happened. Ask me. No arrows this time, bud. Melee only. A lot of annoying parts of this arena. Your bow shattering doesn't like do an extra powerful shot. It just like sucks, right? You just lost your bow there. No like secret upside. God damn it. You like jump off the arena there, bud? That's kind of cool that he gets to teleport back. Now he's taking damage for real. Okay. Could use this again. Don't do that. Use that. That's fine. Actually, don't do that. Do that. Like I got him in the head there. Oh, ouch. Nice that he does gloom damage to my empty hearts first. Not knock him down. Is he not as able to be stunned with a headshot, I guess? And destroys all devices. Stay at a middle distance. I don't want him to actually use an arrow. Really? You're gonna give it to me there? Okay. Oh shit. Shit. Give me your shit. I feel like I'd rather have left D-pad for switching out bows and have some convoluted sequence of button presses to swap out shields, since I basically never need to. All right, I need more arrows. You dropped 20. I agree. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that and then instantly die. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Very strange. It's even Savager Lionel Bow? Thought that guy was nastier than the ones I was fighting in the Coliseum. Oh, I didn't see that. Alright, well, I gotta save that for the final boss for no reason. Clearly. I feel like they underused this. Gloom-infected root. I've seen it in a few places. I don't think these other pins are important. Just gonna delete them. This one I'm pretty sure was previously for a light root. That one... actually, possibly like a cave or something, so I'll leave that one for now. I have less shit on the minimap. I wish I could get something between this and pro mode where I like turned everything off except the minimap and the rest of it came up like context sensitive only. Another one like right in front of me. Or is this another... there's a secret chasm behind a waterfall there. If so, that's really great. Like I like this whole voids in the lighting can help you find certain shrines. Go check the surface for that here in a second. You're up there. Oh my god, a little ascend cave? Oh, pff, it's the most pathetic. Okay. At least I conserved a small amount of stamina as a result. Like, I'm either extremely close to the... What the fuck? Okay, well... Not the problem. I really need to find the rest of the climbing set. It's gonna be the last place I look in the whole game. See, I got to like a roof above me without realizing it because it was too dark. Still kind of blown away that Nintendo is just like, yeah, we're just gonna let you climb everywhere. It's fine. You want to just like eat a bunch of food to get max stamina? Go for it. It makes it like hard to go back to other games where you can't do that anymore. Right, invisible walls. Okay, so I think this one is going to be a secret chasm on the surface, is my guess. Like here? Possibly behind the waterfall. That would be a good secret. Mm-hmm. You gotta like be able to strap the horse to your back when you climb, right? Like horses would only work if you could like instant summon them. Like you pressed a button and they popped into existence, no animation, right? Or even they did full on Elden Ring where you can like do it while jumping and be on the horse. Probably want to take this to it. What's this guy say about that island now that I visited it? All right. Link doesn't want to talk about it. You want to go north. I hope I'm right about this. I'm okay if I'm not, but like Such a cool, very specific way to find a shrine. I'm sure there's a bunch of other ways to get to it. Behind the waterfall directly, or it's in here. Whoops. I didn't do shit. Okay, so that does damage you, but the frog one doesn't. Splash damage, yay! Extra durable, you say? No Froggo. I like how the frog can also kind of serve as a way to, like, if you've already picked up on the pattern that every cave has a frog in it, you're more likely to notice this. You might also just notice it because you're exploring, which is fine. I keep talking about with the multiple avenues to do everything and the order in which you do things kind of shaping your playthrough. I think Outer Wilds is almost about that phenomenon in a way. The loading screen tip that says that. Oh, does this help with, like, desert heat if I've got a little water bubble around me? That's kind of fun. I'm betrayed. Be perfect. Every waterfall. I know that if it's every waterfall, then it's not special, but it's still special to me, goddammit. Alright, Try going literally above it. I like that Tunic messed around with that. Like, I think every waterfall had something, but sometimes the something was kind of lame. But at least, you know, it did things with it. I came out of that game with like, oh my god, this game is like amazing. I was kind of disappointed to see it got like middling reviews. It must have been people who just didn't play the whole thing or only engaged it with the Zelda-like part of it, and not the Lama Lana stuff. That's another example of a big risk, right? Like the fact that Tunic took the risk of it being playable just earnestly as a pretty solid Death's Door style action adventure game, and doesn't like shove the interesting stuff down your throat. Big risk. It's a bummer. It's chocolate in my peanut butter, but I can understand why someone would not like that. What was with the womp sound? Do not look at the physical manual, Chaos. I think you already said you wouldn't, but don't even open it. Not allowed to look at any of the promotional materials that come with the game. Pretty sure about this. Don't even look at the game. Like, have somebody else, like, hold it away from you as you put it in your Switch. Kidding. Go back underground and see if there's a more straightforward way to get in there. Yeah, don't even play it. Don't look at it. Game is a spoiler for itself. Just permanently enjoy the superposition of all possible games Tunic could be and never actually play it. Was it this boring the whole time? Aww. I guess I just approached it from a wall before. That's too bad. Oh well. It might be just the way that I like to interface with art, but like the process of unraveling something that I want to remain raveled forever. The process of like collapsing the wave function and taking it from a superposition of all possible things to just one thing is like the most simultaneously like sad and beautiful thing ever. It's like why I like video games and why I like art in general. It's like you consume it, and then once you consume it, you can never experience it again that way. You could try to watch somebody else to try to get it vicariously a bit, but there's like something just like fundamentally like very sad about it. Sure, like an art locust. Does this have water all above it? Probably. I want to go all the way around this thing. That place seems annoying. Let's not do that right now. Silly place. I was doing it based on exploring. I was looking directly at it and there was a giant wall in front of me. So I was like, oh, maybe it's completely surrounded by walls. Like, that area has a waterfall right next to it. Or was it? It was over here somewhere. Well, whatever. There is a waterfall right outside. Yeah. Can I always trust black to mean infinitely tall wall if it's on the map? There'll never be an infinitely tall wall that's not completely black like that. Okay. I thought that was just like charting where water is on the surface and that it mostly, but not necessarily always, that you could have tall walls that didn't, like infinitely tall walls that didn't map to water on the surface. Lots of these froggy boys. I'm surprised I went without seeing one for so long, despite spending a lot of time in the depths. Loom resistance is really helpful to just kind of not have to have any question about running straight over gloom. Really like the way they did the mechanic. Like, I prefer that. What I expected it to be was that it would be more seconds before your hearts actually got gloomed, which maybe is mathematically the same thing, but working this way kind of gives you a little bit more control. You don't have to rely on feel as much. Yeah, exactly. Never understand the stuff that you can, like, run against and regain stamina on, but if you stand still, you slide. Still not see this light route.
Yeah.
Another pit. Kind of. Need to give Kohga a subtitle in the different fights. Monster Truck Kohga. Oh, that's an easy one. Truck Blight Kohga. There you go. Good. We'll retitle the first Kohga episode of that. You gotta fight Boat Blight Kohga still. Truck Nuts Kohga. I wonder if that was the scaffolding for him, or it was like, okay, you gotta fight Kohga 3 times, so we gotta have, like, the 3 elemental Kohga fights. So the basic elements are truck, plane, and boat. Secret Stone of Truck. I think it's the dumbest video game thing that I will always laugh at, the idea of stupid elements. The rock, paper, scissors tree where plane beats boat, boat beats truck. Alright. Cons, yeah. Yeah, it's one of the... I think Barkley Shut Up and Jam Gaiden is, like, made specifically for me. It has a lot of outdated humor, very, like, 2000 stuff in it, but the JRPG stuff is chef's kiss. I particularly enjoy the, like, intersection of that with, like, overly self-important, like, Kingdom Hearts shit. You could think of what the ultimate truck elemental would be named if Nomura was running things. You have to have a bunch of, like, Latin in it. Truck Eterna, but, like, it's like an AE for Eterna. Yes, it's such Optimus Prime. Supreme Truck Avatar. I think he's worse the more freedom he's given, or creative control he's given. Ford Nanak. F-1500. There's a certain kind of like narrative hubris that goes into making a video game where one of your characters in the party is named Ziggurat 8, unironically. That's not Nomura, but it's the same energy, I think. Yeah, it's incredible. Tempted to jump straight to 16, but I think the longer it takes me to get through it, it'll make getting through 13 to 3 and then 15, I'll have a light at the end of that tunnel to look forward to. And y'all have had plenty of time to play it and get it. Yeah, it sounds like 15 is like fun, bad. Maybe not even bad, fun, baffling. Fun, why? The ultimate truck helmet will be an SUV. Locomotion. I like locomotion, but I think it's almost like too, you're not allowed to be silly, right? Everything is very serious all the time. Okay, I got completely fucking turned around and confused here. What the hell just happened? Desert bus. Oh, I got in some weird, like, hollow... Okay, that's why I was confused. Perfect time to take a picture. Is there a particular one of those pristine items that I should be keeping an eye out for? Mostly not bothering because my inventory tends to be full when I see them. Ancient underground fortress. Oh, I didn't realize that those represented tiers. Traveler, soldier. Hey, kitties. Hey, Marty, be nice to Ben. You're usually not the aggressor. This will be easier. Your brother bullying you? Or is he getting revenge for your usual bullying, Ben? Trying to get... Oh, well, he successfully got away. Slippery one. Ben has been on a tear. Chaos, I don't know if you have this problem in Denver, but in New Mexico, we're like invaded by these gigantic fucking moths everywhere. They're really annoying. And Ben has just been hunting them. Like, it's gotten to the point where he understands the word moth, because we'll praise him if he kills one. So Andrew and I have to, like, spell out the word M-O-T-H when we're talking. Yeah, Miller moths, that's the one. Because if we say moth, then he gets all, like, alert and starts darting around, looking everywhere to try to find them. So he's just been in, like, super warrior mode all the time. Gerudo Zora pristine weapons are good too for this. Those will just spawn in the area beneath them, Terran. So Ben's like just constantly energized. There's a great subreddit called R Greebles, which I remember it would be on my front page all the time. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Apparently it's like when cats suddenly react as though they see a ghost and like just get startled at nothing and go like randomly attack nothing. That's basically what Ben's been doing, although sometimes there actually is a moth that he's going for. Oh man, the depths looks really cool when you have all this stuff unlocked. You can actually see it from that far away. Shit I'm holding is about to burn up. What is with the names of the shrines and the light roots? Do you think we're all gonna die before anyone finds out? There's gonna be a video about it in like 2058. Someone finally cracks the code. What the fuck? Especially that one that was like multiple hyphens. I've noticed a couple things in common with them. Like there was all the different light roots in the Gerudo area had Sam as a suffix. Okay, thanks for checking. Oh boy. What the hell am I doing here? Saw it when I was heading to it a second ago and I got turned around. Zonite night vision goggles. Make sure I don't like walk off a ledge here. Okay. Ooh, Judge. My guess is that they're all just like weird warps of the names of people who worked on the game. I know there's one here anyway. I really like the way they did it with there being little voids. You find everything around one. The roots are even down here. It's great. So, okay, I'm curious now. They always give me these little time bombs. You ready for, I'm gonna die, but I kind of want to test this. Well, finding out now. Probably some schematic I need to find. Or like shrine that explores that concept. Love having all the big Lost Woods trees down here. It's a really nice touch. This is an important area, I think, to make stand out in the depths version of it. Ramo Benucas. Coliseum in the northwest. Worry about it later. I'm just gonna stay down here because this is still fun for me, and this episode will be Planeblight Kohga. Oh, that would have been great. I don't know what power they could give Majora's Mask to justify it even being in the game at all, right? I know it was originally a DLC thing, so it was just kind of cutesy, but... It would be kind of fun to try to port the mask concept to this. Have more, like, actually functional masks and transformations and stuff. Make it bring the moon down and destroy the world. Perfect. No notes. Around areas help me to spot a specific one. That could be cool, yeah. Sorry, just left a blue pin somewhere. There it is. Moon falls on you and deletes your save. Statues appear to be leading me to a mine. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. That's really high up. Hopefully the one I'm actually heading to has... device platform. Oh, that's kind of a cool idea. Yeah. Oh. Hmm. Okay. So do those stalactites and stalagmites like convey a map edge? I feel like I'm only now noticing them to mean that. Do they form? I guess it would make sense if they form near water. Now, if not a map edge, like a river above you. That's cool. Oh, that's interesting. This place is like way more fun to explore once you kind of understand the formula. But I also wouldn't want to go back in time and know the formula at the beginning. There are some games where it's definitely like, Jesus Christ, you should have told me that at the beginning. But here, like, the actual process of discovery and being completely lost and doing stupid things is like a big part of why it feels rewarding to know how it works now. I'm really glad they just kind of depend on the natural language of switching layers for you to pick up on the whole light root equals shrine thing. I'm sure there's some NPC that points it out, but... I guess it's the best of all possible worlds, because the existence of NPCs and quest lines and stuff that, like, points you to this stuff doesn't like, stop me from enjoying it my way. I just, you know, avoid the NPCs until the last dozen or so hours of play, and it's fine. I feel like they have way more to say and suggest in this one, though. Like, I remember in Breath of the Wild, the NPCs telling you stuff like weird interactions, or like, oh, you can, like, you know, set some wood on the ground and then set it on fire so that you can warm up in cold areas, but... seems like they've shunted a lot more to them in this. I clearly don't remember Breath of the Wild terribly well, so it might not be true. It might be the same. Yeah, when you come in here and you don't really understand how, like, the walls work, and you're just constantly climbing things and, like, does this go somewhere? I don't know what's happening. I like the process of unlocking that. It feels good. Probably have... oh. Is this all blocked off by rivers? That would be interesting if the only way to get there is through this. Did this depth shit, was it completely hidden from the trailers and stuff? Because I still haven't watched any trailers. I feel like there was a marketing era where you'd have to, like, you know, you need to include this in marketing to get people to buy it. Like, oh, 3 fully explorable, blah, 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 blah. Some more non-degenerate NPC-related content. Second. Headphones are... that's it. I see. Trying to see if, okay, these do have a pattern to them when I want to go on a schema tour later. It's true, yeah. The, like, need for marketing makes me sad. It's unfortunate that things can't, like, just succeed on merit and word of mouth. You get a good chunk of those games, like Tunic and Outer Wilds, where, like, you are hamstrung from trying to pitch them to somebody, because anything you say, even just, like, saying that you can't say anything is almost a spoiler. Like, I feel like the ideal Tunic experience is someone going into it thinking it's just Zelda, I'm going, oh, fuck, okay. Think how much money you save by not having to watch a movie when the entire plot is in the trailer. I guess at some point, Marvel got enough cred that they were able to start doing like misleading trailers or only having the first 5 minutes of the movie in the trailer or whatever, which is kind of cool because they were kind of like, well, people are gonna come watch our movie anyway. We don't need to like actually say anything about it. But I generally feel that getting hyped for stuff is borrowing future joy from yourself. Not that if anybody like if you enjoy the process of like socially being excited about a thing that's coming out, I don't want to like poo-poo that. It's not for me for that reason. But it's made worse that I think that there's a gradient of quality when it comes to marketing and pre-hype that can just give too much away. Like, I think all you need to communicate with an ad for Breath of the Wild is you just big Zelda. That's all you have to sell it as. Show that scene, I guess, of Link walking out of the Shrine of Resurrection, which I'd rather not even see that, but if you're going to show anything, just show that and then cut to black and give the release date, and that's all it has to be. Just call Tears of the Kingdom Big Zelda again. Yeah. I don't think that's borrowing any future joy from yourself if it's that, like, nebulous and unformed. I'd also like to play whatever Lucas Pope puts out next. I'm excited for whatever the next Souls-type game is from FromSoft. I don't need to, like, know anything about it. I got a nice little stable of developers where I feel that's true now, where it's like, oh, they just put something out, I'm just going to play it. I don't need to see any material, I don't need to watch any trailers. I just trust them to make good shit now. Yeah. Yeah, I keep hoping that's going to happen. That was a conversation with Breath of the Wild as well. That was before, like, I remember Breath of the Wild hype was before I started streaming, so before I completely cut myself off from pre-release media, so I remember getting really in on theory crafting about that. We only had, like, a really brief teaser of, I think, Link slow motion shooting a Guardian with an arrow, and it wasn't, like, super clear, like, Link was particularly androgynous. I think that would be sick as hell, though. I think that they have the room to do it. They've put in the work to set it up. Bonafide cave? No. Tiny ascend shortcut. You know, actually, now that I think about that more, I wonder if that was the case at some point in development. Because the whole, like, pivoting to like, being a STEM major in Tears of the Kingdom makes a shitload of sense, based on the way they presented Nerd Zelda in Breath of the Wild, right? If it was, like, them walking down to find Ganon and Link disappears. I guess we'll never know because Nintendo never talks, but it would be really interesting if there was originally an idea that was floating around that they cut for one reason or another. Mm-hmm. Because I feel like the whole STEM major building machines thing, like it would be an interesting answer to the question of like, well, how does Zelda fight, and how is her gameplay distinct from Link's, right? For like building things and making custom weapons and vehicles and stuff. It's interesting. Nintendo has this like weirdly not conservative in the political sense, just like conservative in like the traditionalist not wanting to change things sense streak to them that is at odds with how they're always constantly trying to reinvent things. Like they refuse to just make Mario 2. They haven't really done like a Lost Levels type sequel for an extremely long time, and even when they do something that's close to that, like I guess Mario Galaxy 2 is just Mario Galaxy, but again, they still try to put a bunch of interesting twists on it, right? Compared to I'm sure someone can find a couple examples where that's not true, but compared to a lot of developers that are perfectly happy to just make game, but again, game but more levels this time, right? So it's weird that they're willing to like totally upend what it means for a game to be a Zelda game. But they seem like they're never going to back off of Link always being the protagonist. Yeah, wouldn't it be great if instead of reinventing Paper Mario every time, yeah, they go a little too far with it sometimes, I agree. I think Paper Mario is in an interesting space where, like, because it's dealing with such tiny numbers, like, they basically exhausted the design space in Thousand Year Old Door. So you kind of have to add some, like, crazy bullshit and gimmicks in order to have new design space to work with, but then they feel like they squander those, too, so, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna believe this with zero evidence that at some point in development, Tears of the Kingdom, Link was supposed to fall down the chasm, and you were gonna play as Zelda, and that they were developing around that, and that's where a lot of their ideas came from. And then at some point, some higher up had a discussion and said, "No, we can't do that," and so they bailed. But only because it fits with Zelda being a huge nerd in Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I guess it comes off to me as like a fear of upsetting fans. I don't know. Yeah, Symbiote. I was about to say the same thing. Time Axis. It's interesting. Like my perception of how Nintendo operates is very informed by playing these games for like 35 years. And hard to like summarize. Like I could probably give a poor, imperfect summary of what kind of company I think Ubisoft is, because I don't have as much experience with Ubisoft. But I don't think I can really explain what I intuit about Nintendo and their weird kind of relationship to customers. I'd almost say it more that like it's not like they prey on it, it's like they're imprisoned by it. That makes sense. they're trapped by tradition that they have to keep doing this and the way that it's always been done, and so they yearn to innovate and they yearn to change things. So they do that with game mechanics and the like. But there's like certain things that are just set in stone, unchangeable, for mostly what feel like arbitrary reasons. Whoa. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm trying to think what other companies that I've been a regular customer for like that. Literally, there's pictures of me playing Mario Brothers 1 on the NES when I was 3 years old. So yeah, it's like coming on 35 years. Whatever it is, though, preying on it or trapped by it, it's not good. You know, we can try to assign ill intent to it. I don't think it's ill intent. Probably it's market pressure. I don't know. Yeah, that's fair, Kinky. Give me an opportunity to blame it on capitalism and I'll do that, but Nintendo seems weirdly insulated from a lot of those pressures, though, because they're not dependent on investor money to do anything. And there are virtually no other video game companies that are like that. Because of their ridiculous, what is it, they can operate at a loss for 50 years and be fine. Store of capital themselves. Yeah. I think that's a real cave. I think it's just a weird mirror of water there. They put some trees in there, maybe. It's just the other side of this. Okay. Well, they put some zonite ore nodes in there. That's nice. Yeah, Jesus. Please no. I think Nintendo absolutely has legitimate problems. I don't mean to like worship them as some perfect company. I think that that's a oxymoron. I do think that there's a lot of sentiment in the gaming community that's similar to the Dark Souls 2 is just dudes in armor thing. It's kind of reductive about Nintendo. I think on both sides, it kind of turns into like a team sport thing. But I really like their games. I really like their ideas. I think that they're unparalleled at certain experiences. I'm really frustrated at how little they give a shit about like getting online right to this day. They're like recalcitrants when it comes to learning anything from other video games, right? Like they won't be pure if they just play somebody else's game and let it inspire them, obviously. I don't know that scarf.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really? That's cool. Only Notch didn't suck so bad. It's so cool what a great like cultural legacy Minecraft has had and continues to have. Any game remotely like Skyrim was made after Skyrim was inspired by Skyrim. Yeah, exactly. Wow, that's nuts. In my understanding from the way it's been, this might be a source amnesia thing that I'm just repeating over and over, but maybe you can correct me, Scarp, if you know more, but my understanding is that a lot of video game companies are in a position where like they need to borrow money just to make the next project. They're dependent on investor income, and so that's why they often have like really tight dev timelines and like they're constantly being forced to push stuff out the door before it's ready. But because Nintendo can draw on their ridiculous reserves of capital, they're not dependent on borrowed money to make things, you know. They make things, and then if they make a profit, they share some of that money with their investors, but they're not already in debt at the moment that they start working on The Legend of Zelda. And that's like insanely unusual, especially like Western devs are often already like promising a product within 2 years or everyone to get fired and they're gonna go bankrupt. Yeah, the figure I remember was that they could operate at a mild loss for 50 years and be fine. Never massively fucked up. I guess other M is maybe the closest thing, but even that is like a blip compared to some of the other fuck ups out there. And they didn't even really make it. Team Ninja did. Publishers routinely spend 50% of a game's total budget on marketing, and deviating from the schedule that aligns with the marketing plan has massive negative consequences for game sales. Sure, yeah. That sounds comparable to the situation with movies where whatever the budget of the film is, double it for marketing. I think stuff like the Wii U is just, it's, you know, it's a consequence of their less risk-averse approach to that kind of thing. Like the Wii U had to crawl so that the Switch could walk, something, something, something. It's interesting. I feel like the Wii U is primarily a failure of marketing too. Like I don't even think that the console was bad. It was a cool idea. There were a bunch of ideas in like some of their proof of concept like tech demo games like Nintendo Land that no other game ever explored. Every other dev didn't know what the fuck to do with it, and they were just like, okay, I guess I'm gonna put the map on this thing. I don't know what it's supposed to be for. And it's like, dude, it's a DS game, but your TV is the top screen. That's all it is. Y'all figured out how to make DS games for plenty of time. Yeah, I suppose that's true, Spiky. Metroid's doesn't really count so much as flagship. I hear that's especially true in Japan, at least until recently. Nintendo kind of thinks of Metroid as a game primarily appreciated by Western audiences. I think the Wii U is one of the most disastrous marketing mistakes, if not just in video game history, maybe just in like marketing history. Like, not just because it sounds silly, but there's just so much about it that does not convey to the audience of grandmas they just captured. Like, it's a total misunderstanding of the audience. That, you know, all these people, there's no one in the room who raised their hand and said, hey, all these like grandmas and grandpas who bought Wiis go into, you know, Walmart and they see 70 fucking million Wii attachments and other optional bullshit all the time. And they're going to see the Wii U and they're going to think this is like a Link's crossbow training sheath for the Wiimote or something. Like, you cannot call it this. Like, they maybe could have gotten away with calling it like the Super Wii, I think. 200-hour games on the Wii U and nothing else. I have to look back through. I bought the Wii right around the time I became financially independent from my parents, and I took that opportunity in bachelor mode to go absolutely insane. So I bought a shitload of Wii games until I realized, wait, I shouldn't just buy games. Most of them aren't good. And I also spent a ton of fucking money on the Virtual Console. I was like, oh my god, I can finally give Nintendo money for these games that I used to, you know, pirate with emulators. Fortunately, this digital service isn't going to be available forever. I'm going to have access to this library of games for the rest of my life. What an investment. We too. Meanie. That's pretty good. Toby Fox and the Outer Wilds guys. I think Nintendo's handling, like ongoing handling of Virtual Console and like software libraries has been completely fucking disastrous. Like, I love them as a company, but like, it's so crucial to me that if I buy something somewhere, I'm gonna have it on all future platforms in perpetuity. Like, I think Sony and Microsoft haven't done a great job of that, but they've like made overtures to trying a little bit. But they're like, oh, okay, well, you know, this hardware, we can't physically emulate the PS1, so we can't offer you any PS1 games, sorry, right? But they'll do things like the backwards compatibility program on the Xbox One. Yeah, online and digital is their Achilles heel. Can you imagine how much more of a value proposition the Switch would be if you were able to keep all of your virtual console purchases from the Wii? Like, I would probably be spending hundreds of dollars on virtual console games as they release them, but now I don't give a fuck. They've like pivoted to this Netflix style system now, right? I don't think I'm able to do anything in there, but I'll go try. And it's like, so long as you're subscribed, you can play all of the games that are available, but then if your subscription lapses, you don't. Don't like it. I'll just emulate. Thanks. I feel like Nintendo's output has slowed significantly when it comes to just like games. I have to think about it. I guess Metroid Dread was really good. This is really good. Mario Odyssey was really good. What else Nintendo came out in the last 5 years? Yeah, it sounds like it's probably a good value, Chaos. I enjoyed like the feeling of like collecting the games and buying them and then checking every Tuesday when new games came out. Like, oh my god, finally this game's on here. They can't. You can't stop emulators. Genie's out of the bottle. There's also massive legal barriers to stopping emulators. You can stop ROMs, you can shut down ROM websites, but it will always be possible to find them. Metroid Prime 4 announced way too early for the same reason as Diablo 4. Like, that's not denying Nintendo's will to shut those down. I'm sure they very much want to because they suck about that, but I don't have any faith in their ability to do it. Yeah, Dolphin decided to list itself on Steam, which I think is fine. I think they could do that safely, but it's enough of an aggressive play against Nintendo that I'm shocked they even did it in the first place. I hadn't heard that before. Chaos. It's interesting. Glad the backswing didn't hit that bomb flower and blow me up. I would have died. Yeah, usually you have to get the BIOS separately these days for that reason. That's part of the reason why you can distribute the emulator. It's like having a bong shop, right? You can sell a whole bunch of weed paraphernalia and be like, what? It's for tobacco, right? And as long as you're not actually selling weed, what are you gonna do about it? You could try to tail the person home and pull them over and search their trunk, which is what you would do if you shut down a ROM website or tried to prosecute somebody for seeding torrents with ROMs or something, but... I don't think I can cross this. I'm just making sure there's not like a secret path or a cave or something. It doesn't look like it. Okay. This whole area like a pain in the ass to get into. I think it is. Might be a way in right there. Some of it. Yeah, you have to call it a water pipe. Mm-hmm. They've been pretty shitty about fan-made content all around. Don't get me wrong. I'm not defending them on that front. Like, they really need to embrace the fan creator community. They need to embrace Super Mario Brothers X and Kaizo Mario creators and people making things outside of Mario Maker. It's shitty that they don't. It's unmotivated that they don't. Like, it's not representing any kind of actual financial harm to them. If anything, I think there's a pretty strong argument to be made that it draws traffic to them. So that's part of that weird, like, conservatism that's hard to track with the way they actually develop games. Yeah, exactly. They could literally just take, like, Tomato is a professional game localizer, right? And his localization of Mother 3 is sublime. They could literally just pay him for it. They wouldn't even have to pay him very much. I think he would almost, based on, because I've been following Tomato since I was like 10. I think he would just give it to them, honestly. He wouldn't even ask for any money. He just wants Mother 3 to get released. He held off on releasing the translated ROM for like 5 years because he was waiting for the announcement of a formal localization from Nintendo, and it was only when it was clear that it was never going to happen that he released it. But they could do that. They just won't. I just noticed the light roots kind of have the same like goatsy pattern on the outside. Took me 58 hours. They really just found the fan translation and just paid them and used it. That's great. Chaos is right. It's a Japanese business environment incentivizing them to act in particular ways. It's a million little things like that to notice. Yeah, I would buy that it's like, I'm sure that those pressures are acting on every other Japanese developer, and they like stand out in such sharp contrast with Nintendo because of the way they are about everything else, where it's just like, why are you like this? Like, you want to strangle them, right? Like, this is completely at odds with everything else you've ever said or done. So many goatsies. Oh, hey, it's the refight of the Gerudo boss. That's cool. Really far away from the Gerudo area. I might fight it, but I need, like, food and shit. A market, I guess. Should probably only use that to mean I want to come back to this. So let me clear the ones I've placed already. Which is just the one, okay. I haven't been very good about marking things with stamps. Oh, I didn't even think about that, yeah. I know there's a lively discussion about that in game design in general, that, like, mods are the way the vast majority of video game developers cut their teeth before they formally start working on something, because it's a lot easier to modify someone else's thing than it is to make something yourself from whole cloth first. Part of it, like, this, I have no evidence to base this on, but it reminds me of having worked at companies and worked with people where, like, they're like this because there's, like, a couple people in power at the company who make this happen, and no one wants to, like, rock the boat with them, or no one can rock the boat with them. And it's gonna be like this basically until those people die or get ousted in some way. There's a bunch of, it's not like, you know, everybody at Nintendo is just a moron about the way the internet works. There's all of them, like, privately screaming into their pillows every night, and there's shit all they can do about it because some person in power is making it happen that way. Don't stream 90% of Persona 5. What the fuck? Are you fucking serious? So comical. Like, it's like, how do you think the internet works? Like, how do you... That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Yeah, I wonder to what extent y'all are talking about current patch Final Fantasy XIV music being pulled from YouTube. I wonder to what extent that's like, oh, this is spoiling the game, but it's like, what? Like, you know that people have to like seek it out. How do you envision any of this working? Because it's clearly very different from the way I practically use the internet anyway. I mean, like, I guess an algorithm could feed it to me and me not want it. That's happened before, but like, your weird Byzantine copyright shit is not going to spare me from that. Like, it definitely reminds me of the whole metaverse shit, where these people are pitching the metaverse who've clearly never played an MMO before, and not only not played an MMO before, not been in a chat room before. Like, just practically don't understand a tenth of internet culture at all, and don't understand that this isn't a new idea, right? It's like, how... I can recognize when there are topics in which I'm not a normie, like I'm too terminally online and it's not reasonable to expect a grandma to understand something, but when it's like a company, sometimes it's so fucking puzzling. Like, how do you not know this? How do you not know this? How could this be? How could this be? I wasn't seeing the community. So I went to go see the community. The Dan Olsen one, yeah, that's super good. The Adam Conover interview with him is also outstanding. I posted a couple places in Discord. If you haven't watched it, highly recommend it. Kart racing game was so embarrassing. This is atmosphere where like no one could admit how like cringe and bad it is, right? It's such an interesting situation to be in, because like there have to be a very large number of people who are in on the grift or whatever who know that this is fucking stupid and just they can't say it. They can't tell their boss this is fucking stupid, right? They have to like, you know, laugh to their coworkers about it and keep their heads down. And I think there's something analogous to that happening with Nintendo, that there have to be people at Nintendo who see the new paradigm for friend codes or whatever the fuck their stupid idea is. And they're just like, what are they doing? And they're like, they just don't say anything. They're old, they don't know. High resumer. balance of powers, right? Checks and balances. No, trust me, that shit's fucking dumb stamp. That's all they're allowed to say. It didn't pass the one 7-year-old who said that shit was fucking dumb, so back to the drawing board, I guess. Yeah, we saw that arrogance punished with Square in a way that I don't think it's happened with Nintendo, right? It's like Spikey was saying, they've never made a truly colossal fuck up on the level of like the Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 launch, right? Where it's just like deeply embarrassing, and there's so much like institutional hubris that was responsible for a lot of what was going on with Final Fantasy XIII and Final Fantasy XIV. It feels like it's like a uniquely Japanese kind of hubris too, because trying to think of like a comparable Western company that just like smells their own farts and thinks they're God's gift to the world and just routinely puts out like mediocre shit. Apple. There you go. You got me. People who made Daikatana. There you go. Yeah, that's another good example. I feel like Daikatana was this huge, like, embarrassing warning to a lot of developers in the West. John Romero, right? I guess I take that back. CD Projekt Red, right? They felt like they were invincible at like the publisher level. That's definitely what produced Cyberpunk. They let all of the Geralt memes from The Witcher 3 get to their heads. We're a scrappy indie company who can do no wrong. Whoops. God, this is almost done. Crazy. All right, let's stick in this general area, I guess. Cyberpunk's not like an FF14 1.0 level fuck up. I see. It's still like completely playable. I see. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't speak too heavily on it since I haven't actually played it. Is it a lake in the shape of meat? It's also a lake in the shape of like salamander. A couple of them. Pretty cool. I've heard good things about the anime. Sure, yeah. I see. I remember when it came out, it seemed like the basic sin was this like symbiotic. We were talking about the symbiotic relationship between Nintendo's customer base demanding nostalgia and Nintendo being trapped by it. There's like a symbiotic hype cycle between CDPR's publishing and marketing department and the completely fucking unreasonable fan base, right? Like asking about, you know, how big they could make their dick in the game or whatever, right? Like some of the stuff I saw leading up to the release of CDPR just betrayed a complete, utter lack of understanding of how video games work at all. Like, no, that's not going to be in the game. Why do you think that? And then they would say those things, and then the marketers say, oh yeah, it's totally going to have that thing. No, it's not. What the fuck is wrong with you? It is a worse game than Witcher 3. Gotcha. Like, it's on the level of the most insane thing that anyone has ever said. NFTs are going to let you own the same item in every video game. Just like an absolutely baffling claim from every possible angle you look at it, from the business side of things, from the technology side of things, from the art side of things, from the balance side of things. It's just like you hear that and you're just like, what is wrong with you? Like, Jesus. One of the things Dan Olson brings up in that discussion with Adam Conover from Adam Ruins Everything is that, like, Decentraland was hoping to be this metaverse location for everyone else to build games inside of, but that means that, like, every game you build in Decentraland is based on the, like, the physics of Decentraland. So, like, the gravity of Decentraland, the jumping mechanics of Decentraland, the, like, interaction modes. And you could hack in your own gravity, but you'd have to say that in your game, gravity is Decentraland gravity minus 0.15, right? And so if Decentraland ever changed anything, even very slightly, about the way gravity worked, it would break every fucking game in the system. That kind of shit, right? Like, why do you think this is going to work this way? I think there's a lot of that going on. The stuff like that with Nintendo and other similar companies with this hubris problem where, like, there are people in leadership who just, they have no fucking idea, but they have certain ideas that are not informed by how things actually work, and they have too much power in the company for anyone to say anything to them to be like, yo, that's dumb. We can't do that. Because Ready Player One. Ugh. You gotta build the Torment Nexus from famous book. Don't build the Torment Nexus. There were all those problems I listed: the business concern, the art concern, the game balancing concern of, like, trying to allow you to own an item in multiple different video games from different publishers. But, like, the other one on top of it is people were submitting, like, use cases for it. Like, yeah, wouldn't it be awesome if, like, you're playing Mario Kart and there was a golden cart and only one person could have the golden cart, and the golden cart drove faster than all the other carts, and that golden cart could be speculated on and sold for real money. Right, like, no one wants that. Why would you propose that? Even if all the tech over-promising came true, that's not good. I don't want that. Jesus Christ. You do want that. One person on the earth owns the fastest Mario Kart car, and so they can, like, get in a race with anybody and just beat them because their car is faster. Draw the golden cart art. I think that's what bothers me the most. Like, the grifting is frustrating. Taking advantage of people is really bad. But the just, like sheer stupidity of it and sheer unwillingness to like try to understand something that you're trying to disrupt, you know. Onyx card is even faster and it can fly. Pay $1 million to make Mario Kart boring. Yeah. I think that attitude infects most business. Because you don't ever have to sell things based on anyone actually understanding how something works. You can sell things based on a pitch of how it might work. It's the old you know, actual machines versus fucking magic problem, that it's like, okay, yeah, I can try to sell you on why we should build another train exactly like the train that exists in the city in Europe that has a bunch of spreadsheets that demonstrates, like, the exact ways in which it works and how expensive it is and all that. Or I can pitch a fucking magic solution to you that doesn't have any evidence or data behind it, that's exists entirely in renders and pitch documents. And how is something that actually has data that is provable going to compare against something that's, like, purely theoretical. What if we stapled the blockchain to that? Exactly. I check this one out. I feel like I should get a light route before I fuck around with it. Let me see where it takes me really quick, and I can come back down. Have owner of the golden cart on your Twitter blue bio. Yeah. Exactly. That's interesting. I really like these ascend towers, but it kind of bummed that most of them don't take you somewhere that you couldn't otherwise get to. I guess that's kind of the design philosophy of the game, that we're not going to ever have a thing that you can only get to in one direction, except the rad Deku Tree sequence. That was cool as hell, and I don't think there's any other way to do that. Yeah, so one person buys the only golden cart that can exist. So why do other people get into your game? I know, right? Like, I didn't just make that up as a joke. Like, that was a legitimate pitch somebody was making. Like, can you imagine how great it would be? No. You played Mario Kart? Perfect. Ah, there's a way out without teleporting. Okay, that makes sense. It's a good theory. A blue shell targeted card. Just corresponds to a really tall tower of rocks on the surface, basically. I'm blowing through these. I came in here with like 137 seeds or something crazy. And the main value is that there's only one. See, I feel you'd have a problem there because, like, that's the exact kind of thing that I feel like a lot of developers are heavily incentivized to include in their games now if they allow any kind of microtransactions. Like the absurd whale bait, the what was it? There's like an Apple iPhone app that was like, it was called I Am Rich or something for $999. And it didn't, you just bought it and there was a little button you could press that said I am rich, something like that. It's like, why wouldn't you list that? Because someone will buy it. Why wouldn't you put ridiculously overpriced video game horse armor in your game if at least one person will buy it, right? Oh, did they do it with the One Ring? I don't find that stuff super objectionable, provided it's like strictly cosmetic and sufficiently stupid to convey to most of the audience that this is so that we can get some money from people who want to throw it at us for no reason. Because why would we leave it on the table? But I guess there's entire games and like subgenres of games that are entirely built around trying to capitalize that. 2 million, wow. I feel like that must be seen as an indictment of whatever, it's fine. Maybe that's the art. They've created an environment where everybody's acting like Smeagol to get this magic card. Okay. That definitely sounds like a why leave money on the table type situation, though. Doesn't require any extra work from you to print an extra piece of cardboard and say this is the only one we're going to make, right? Right, Spiky. Ugh. What? I not finished building it? Okay. And I noticed the goop. Wish that provided some light. Guess I can use it for collision detection. I was hoping the plane was going to land directly on my head and kill me. I was about to laugh. I saw it happening. Okay. Oh, this is so nice. Very satisfying. We got a couple little voids to clean up later. Some of which are going to be really challenging. How does that one work? What's over here? Yeah. It's been fun. No way I'm beating this game in 80 hours. I need to come up with some kind of solution for that. I really don't want this to dominate the schedule. I guess I could just continue to play it for 6 hours one day a week and have put in enough early work that I could stretch out my time with it after that and not be done with it. That's probably what I'll end up doing. I'll have to delay my plans to speed up the subblock and voting system churn, but I can at least boot them back up. Yeah, I was about to say that. It doesn't exactly match the water. Nothing to see here. Move along. I don't remember what I clocked for Breath of the Wild. I'll have to check the game's database. I thought it was like close to 80 for 120 shrines. I guess this is 100, more than 120 shrines and more than 120 light roots and what seems like a more robust story. Oh, they are? So if I found a light route and I found a tower, that count will be listed as 2, or... What do you mean, Terran? Yeah, 109 light routes and like 80 something shrines. Oh, okay. I'd be fine to play more of it. There's a few people who can't tune in because they're trying to stay unspoiled for the game, and a few people who just don't give a shit about Zelda, so I don't want to leave them out to dry for a couple months. I wouldn't mind slowing it down a bit towards the end, and just 6 hours a week is still decent progress. Oh, the third number might be the sum of both. Try to check. I feel like my load screen passes too fast for me to consume any information on it. It might be that 85% attention thing that I'm using the load screen as an opportunity to check OBS and chat, so it feels like it's up there for less time. 6330, jeez. God, so I'm already almost there and don't feel anywhere near close to where I was at that point. I played that game like hella inefficiently too. Like I was really bad at the combat at the beginning. Had shitload of game overs. I guess this game is like, it feels like it's 2.5 times the size. It's not that much content on the Sky Islands, but the depths is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, that's supreme. That's bait. Chaos. Insert that Mad Max Fury Road gif, like. That's somebody trying to create a Dark Souls 2 is dudes in armor hot take, and like it being so not resonant with reality as to be embarrassing. That seems to be happening a lot lately, huh? I kind of like that. If it gets more cool games made, something starts out as DLC or an episode or something and then gets expanded into full games with Subnautica Below Zero, Hollow Knight, Silk Song. I feel like that happens a lot now. Oh shit, don't do that! Oh god. Asset reuse is the tits. When it's done well. Now, Celeste Chapter 9 is huge, right? It's like, especially if you play the bonus difficulty, it's like almost as long as the rest of the game up to that point. Hey, little guy, I caught you this time. You got away from me before, so this is Corporal snuggling for before. You a baby? We don't have any money. I'll let you go when the song is done, okay? You're looking at me like, I fucking hate you so much. Love you too, Ben. Bye. North and then east. I'm not gonna like only do depths until I get literally every shrine down here, because I think some of the voids are gonna help me find shrines on the surface, but it'd be nice to get a bunch of them. I guess just pretty much after these couple, it's basically just this area. When I say I'm not gonna get all of them, I'm pretty much just talking about these two, because it's too scary. Too scared. I'm not going there. Guess I could poke my head in there, but if any cutscene starts playing, I'm loading my save. So it seems like there's 2 opportunities to refight all of the Sage bosses. Interesting. I wonder then if that means a couple of the big arenas I've seen that just have a boring forge construct on them are the boss from the Spirit Temple. Suppose we shall find out. Interesting looking area there. Big pool of water. Oh, it's Zora's domain. Okay. Yeah, I'm excited to do more Deltarune. Did chapter 1, and then I was like, I feel like I need to wait until this whole thing comes out, because the way I play video games right now, so much of my memory of what's going on gets deleted, like, within a year of playing it. So I'm gonna have to play all that back to back, or I've already completely forgotten everything except, like, 2 things about Deltarune. Okay, so is this a rare example of there being a tunnel that's not... I mean, I guess it's clearly on the map, and there is like a bridge there on the surface. Is this gonna be boat blight? Okay, I don't think I should do this now because I need an episode title for tomorrow. So put that there. Put some. Okay, tomorrow's boat blight Kohga. Got it. Cool. This really sucks. There doesn't seem to be a good place to start here, and I think there's a river. There sure is. Well, let's go here and go around this. Can't do submarine blight Kohga because we're not allowed to dive yet. That's the thing they're missing. They got to do a whole ocean world in Breath of the Wild 3. That'd be pretty sick. Actually, wouldn't it be neat if they just flooded the surface and the depths, right? And then tried to add a bunch of things on the islands and come up with ways to dive under the water. I think they could make that be pretty cool. You'd have to find more stuff to do in the open ocean, I think, but... I think that would make the whole inverse elevation thing underground extra interesting because the things that were underwater on the surface would be above the water in the depths if you found some way to like track them being flooded separately. Breath of the Tearwaker. Yeah. Music. It's a little scary. Made the cool music go away. Yeah. Okay, I thought it would correspond to the Great Sky Island. Construct Factory. Seen that lotus pattern around before. I'm gonna build a giant mech suit for Link for later. It's like there's like 4 big pieces that I have to bring here. This is an area where I think they need to turn off the combat music. Two really interesting places in the depths now. I think that's part of the reason the Lost Woods stuck with me so strongly in Breath of the Wild versus a lot of the other things, that like it was one of the very few places where like there's only one way in here. Only one way to do this. I appreciate that they don't Philosophically, they don't want to do that all the time. They want to let you do things multiple ways, but having things that feel super unique in a game that has a lot of like reused assets and kind of a formula is really, really good. I assume the story is going to direct me here later. So I have a shrine right outside. Pretty cool one to find, like, basically last, too. All right. So I got a handful of voids remaining. Kind of just want to close them out here. If I can. This seems like a giant area with no shrines. What is this here? Really cool stuff. Big fan. Oh, wait. Left leg depot. Okay, so is there one of these in every corner? Let's see. Assume this is for building the mech suit. Need to have Zelda with me. Or the next sage or whatever. The elevator you can only use once. I know I can't do anything with this. I'm just expecting I'm gonna get the left leg for the mech suit thing. And I have to make a little bridge for it to, like, get it out of this room, basically. I love the, like, lack of commentary when you interact with that. Sick. Sweet. I have no idea what this is. I can only speculate, and that's, like, where I like to be in video games, so... Be great. Go southeast. Up. That's the one I'm here for. think I did almost all depth exploration yesterday and again today, so it's like 11 hours plus whatever I was doing before this. Decent options for locomotion. Inox. This one's gonna be annoying to get to. Go the long way, I guess. Let's see. Oh, I can even see it from here. That's nice. It's just extremely fucking far away. You know what? Let's actually... I can spare a couple fans, I guess. Probably have so many charges now, I can just go crazy on gotcha machines. How many charges do I have? Yeah, okay. So, I only have one fan left. Oh no. That's the only thing that can really do... I'm gonna try something stupid. I don't think it's gonna work. I think I've already I've had the vision of what's actually going to happen. What's actually going to happen is it's going to tilt up and like dump me off of it, but damn it, we've got to try. This isn't gonna work. It's gonna be funny though. That's worth it. Actually really hard to set this up from this angle. Heat wants to rise is what the balloon does. It's not like pushing something. So it's gonna like flip up and send me flying. That's okay. I think it's still gonna be funny. Sure, watching streams of this, of different people playing it is fun when you get to watch disasters waiting to happen like this. That's what I thought. Okay, well, that's cool. Is it just like floating into the heavens now? Don't even see what happened to it. I think that the problem is the balloon wants to go up, right? Oh, really? Just the flames blowing out of it? Does that impart momentum by itself? I'm sure physics is still a thing. Oh, I see. I tried to glide by just walking around on a glider one time and had a bad experience with it and have been afraid to try it again. Makes sense. These outposts are so much cooler now that I have auto build. Make you feel faster. Place is unusually poorly lit. Seems like they really want to give you a glider, which I appreciate. Not that. Don't do that. That was a bad idea. Get the whole thing here. Can. Goat. Probably learn to do that with only one rocket. I just don't know where to put it without fucking up the balance. Did having a harder time climbing because of only having 2 instead of 3 fans. This gets me most of the way there. That wasn't great. Oh, don't tell me that's a roof. Could not have bailed on it. Thought I was like really close to crashing into a wall, which I guess I was. It'd be great if I could ascend into that. What happened? Fuck. I don't know where that is relative to where I am right now. Manually save. I think it's northwest of the thing I was just in. Okay. At least the autosave in this is pretty forgiving. I'll attach a light to it this time so I can see where the hell I'm going. It's a particularly dark area. Go back to sleep, you. Fuck. Get out of here, man. You tell I moved on from you? Tiny eye. Should have seen that coming. I gotta get my battery upgrades. Is it relative to me again? Only 2 fans provided here, right? I think this is the one I was using before. It's okay. Clearly blind, there it is. Oh, really? Okay. Probably fine. Angled it slightly up. Just a little useless. I didn't realize I'd gotten so far down before. All right, we have a couple of voids left after that, right? Up here. How many building locations nearby? Kind of. And man, I'm doing pretty well on bomb flowers now after all that. Whoops. Usually rely on them having the plane. But I don't want the light anymore, right? Probably don't need the control. Rezonite's a pretty good deal. So far, I don't think I've found one that doesn't have at least a glider and a fan. I'm sure there are some that are designed more for like land vehicles. Amphibious exploring vehicle. Good starter car. I think all the boss refight arenas look comparable on the map, but I will mark this since I see it and I'm interested, but don't want to do it right now. Let's see. Yeah, so you had to like drive over it. Like it really drained you fast or something. I agree. I think it's just those two. Obviously this, but we're doing that tomorrow. Okay, I can't quite go to 6 today, so I think we're about at time here. Future Marstead, if you're feeling brave, check these out. But Bale, if there's a cutscene, your episode title is right here, baby. Boat Blight, probably. Good luck. Yeah, that would be something that it would be nice if they made it really, really, really dangerous in like lava tier dangerous in whatever their master mode DLC is for it. That's inevitable. That'd be great.